let's continue 999, where I definitely won't just get stabbed again. Definitely not. Oh yeah, but okay, luckily I'm still in the casino, so I don't quite have to decide what it is I'm doing yet. Okay, so here we are in the casino. I don't want it to be 9 streams though, as fitting as that probably would be. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. This is the 7th stream. Hi Nibelung, how are you doing? Let's see. I need... Can't I use 754? I'm actually trying to remember how I did this. It has to equal 8, right? I didn't read it, so... I need... root number stuff. So that would be 11... Oh, it has to beat. Okay, that's why. For some reason, I was thinking I like spammed through the dialogue, so then my brain just went meh, 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 meh. We need a digital root of 9. Okay. So, in that case, let's see. 7 plus 3 would be 10, so we can't do that. I'm pretty sure we have to have the 7. Am I missing a card, though, still? Was there a 6 that I needed to get? Your kid walked in and took your Chex Mix. Oh, no! Well, I'm pretty sure I got the one at the bar. I got the one that came out of the fireplace, or rather, I got the one that came from the slot machine. Yeah, because I got the stuff that was back here, I thought. I mean, there's like 7 talking about alcohol, but I don't think that gets me anything. So, unless it was from, like, another side or something. But I like, vaguely remember there being a 6 before. I'm just not sure where it was. Oh, wait. Ah. That's right. I forgot that there's literally a card sitting right there, too. Okay, cool. I was right. There was a 6. I'm like, I feel like we're missing something here! Okay. Okay, we have that card now. 8! Oops. Oakley dokley. I mean, we only have 3 cards, so. Ba-da-da-da! You found it! Hi, Toronto. Hi, Game Guy. Hi, Jason. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope y'all are all doing well. You found it again. You found it again. Woo-hoo-hoo. Let's turn off the heater back here. Bum-ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum. Hey! Bum-ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum. Okay, so basically we're gonna skip through all this dialogue where we see all the doors, but then we go explore around, and then Snake goes missing. Oh, Angry Trees texted me. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bow! It's the gigantic. It's the gigantic. Excuse you, Ollie. It's okay. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-doo. Okay, so I'm gonna do this again because I was informed that none of this hallway stuff actually matters for the sake of finding endings. She was right. You figure out how much material you want to meld into your crafting and gathering sets now, and this thing is complicated. You might ask Ak, Nibelung, because I know he recently just filled out literally all of the materia and all of his crafting gear. That was Ak's hyper-focus this week. So I bet if you're unsure about something, he can probably help you out. Ba-da-doo-boo-boo. Do you ever get deja vu to a dream you had recently, or suddenly hit with the absolute nonsense of its epic plot? Yes. Also, sometimes, Ebonita, I have dreams, and they're like dreams about stuff and that like could have happened to me in real life, and it's like not until I wake up that I'm like, oh, that didn't happen. That wasn't real. Oh, Team Craft have standard sets, but this is one of the things you like to do yourself as part of the fun. I mean, that's fair. If it's fun, that's the important thing. Hi, Heavenly Wave. How are you doing? Okay, so this is where I'm out of plans. I've been through door 7 twice. And I don't have the Clover bookmark anymore. So... I don't know. My brain is telling me that logically I would want to go through door 8, since going through door 4 and then door 7 and then door 1 led to a thing. Logically, I would want to think that then I now want to go through the other doors that I didn't go through the first time, but I don't know that for sure. But there's no way that I'm going to find out unless I just try it. So... here we go, I guess. I'm gonna go with a plan, and we're gonna stick with it. I'm gonna try door 8 and see what happens here. You're doing good, Heavenly. You love the 999 series. I've been mostly really liking it. I did not realize the game was this long. I knew that there were gonna be multiple endings, but I didn't know that there was like such a plethora of different kinds of endings, and that the story kind of like unravels itself throughout multiple playthroughs and like going through the different doors. So that and Junpei being kind of a big dum-dum has been a bit of an adjustment for me. It's true. What's the worst that's gonna happen? I get stabbed? Okay. You're so annoyed at the dream you woke up from during your nap today. You had a magical mask that let you glamour yourself to look like anything, and you were learning how to use it when you woke up. No! Oh. I want one of those masks. That would be so fun. Hi, Giratina. How are you doing today? Yo, yeah, I mean, they can't get much worse than being stabbed! How can you call Junpei a dum-dum? He's the only person concerned with the reproductive cycle of creeps. Oh my goodness. Alright, did I write down anything for this? I think so. Wait, no, I think this was for door 6. Unless I started writing it down in like a funny order. Which I guess is technically possible. I have nothing about Ace other than he KO'd in the hospital. I feel like there's definitely gotta be way more about Ace that I'm missing here. Hi, Chadra, how are you doing? Explosion might be the waste? I don't know. I mean, I've been stabbed like 2 different times now. Once trying to get on a submarine, and the other just trying to find a friend. We've technically been stabbed 3 times. I actually like the other members way more than Junpei. I like the other members way more. Okay, so yeah, we need to go look at the power thing, I think, before... And then once we do that... and look at the computer, I should... I think be able to ask Clover for the other one. Hi, Odious, how are you doing? So far, no one. So far, we're good. But that's probably because I just started today, and it's kind of, like, impossible for him to have offended anyone yet. Oh, Lotus is awesome. Let's see. Oh, right. The thing I find is in one of the lockers. That's right. So, okay. Let's go ahead and combine these. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, the elevator scene is really funny, though. I won't let you finish, but June and Junpei talking about drowning is, the best dialogue ever written. Is it? Also, wait. This is new dialogue. What kind of job do you have? What are you? Junpei was for once at loss for words. That doesn't sound correct. I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit. Girl, you what? Girl, you what? So not only do you have 2 daughters that were kidnapped 9 years ago for a crazy experiment, but also used to work for a cybersecurity firm? With those bazungas? Sorry, an office joke. He rejected you? Okay, cybersecurity firm, ex-employee. I just like the clacking of the keyboard, to be honest. I mean, to be fair to Lotus, she literally was in a dance class when she was kidnapped. Like, she was literally in a belly dancing class when she was gassed, like, knocked the frick out, and brought to this boat. It's not like she had a chance to, like, change out of the clothes. This is what she showed up in. Oh yeah, no, I know you weren't Orma. I like to reiterate that, like, when I bring up stuff like that, I'm like, by the way, I do know this about Lotus. She was at a belly dancing class when she was kidnapped, so, like, also, like, people could totally be multiple things. It is like a happy discovery of, like, ooh, there's even more to Lotus. Sick. Like, I already love her. So, like, yes, please, show me more reasons to love her. Hi, Sparkster. How are you doing? And, oh, yeah, that angle is definitely purposeful fan service. Why? Why'd you quit? Lotus blinked. Huh? Oh, it was just something. Oh, it was something. I see. Those are the best reasons to quit. The somethings. She stopped typing for a moment, and her face fell. This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen. What are you doing now? I'm gonna try and brute force it. Brute what? A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is I just attack the thing head on. The long version... Without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain. A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher, she told him. Oh, really? I know where we can find one of those. Okay. Hang on. I gotta go to a different page in my notes. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. The thought of doing something like that made Junpei feel tired, but Lotus explained that she was writing a program that would run just such an attack on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly, but given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do. It's true. Hi, Luna. Hi. Oh, Kitty wants pets. You play this on PS5 and didn't see half of the thought dialogue you see on the second screen? Because you had to push a button to toggle it? Oh, yeah, that explains one very big reason why people recommended that I play the DS version if I could. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry that then you, like, missed a bunch of the dialogue. Yeah, because it's voice acted, I wouldn't have thought about it either. Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd. Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier. What were we talking about? The wireless display. It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 plus 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange? No? Not really? Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. Once again, I am telling you that Junpei is dumb. What a good dumb boyo. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 plus 1? The main computer, right? You said it's connected to the monitor wirelessly. Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Oh, I see. The color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Oh, I see. So this wire supplies power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Oh yeah, just as I expected. When this wire's cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations. Chop, are you still here? Am I turning that into alert? I should. I don't know. That depends if anyone's gonna clip it. Also, I like doing my own voice acting. I enjoy it personally. You still hear my Monokuma for Danganronpa? I'm glad you liked it that much that it stuck in your head. Dag, honestly, in my opinion, Dag's Monokuma is even better than mine. I think he has a better Monokuma, but I also just really enjoy voicing antagonists. I don't know if Chop's still here or not, but if you are, or if you see this later, yo, could we just get the science lady meme, but of this screen cap of Junpei instead? He looks so perfectly zoned out and confused. It's so good. I don't know. This expression is perfect. I love it. I love it. It's so good. But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly. Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head. So, what are you trying to say? Nothing. Really. It's just, I thought maybe... What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that? Huh? Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting, so stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean that this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Oh, well, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. You get it? It's just like this monitor. Yeah, exactly. Junpei was looking at the computer screen like Gaston looking at a book. Like... Maybe the brain's just an output device, like this monitor. You know what? I'm not gonna question you. Have you heard the brain in a vat theory? It almost makes you think Zero grabbed the wrong person. Well, see, I would think that, Chadra, except for he did also pick up June. And they knew each other in childhood. And it seems like the people that have been picked up for this seem to either have some kind of relationship to the experiment from 9 years ago, or they have, like, a close relationship, or both. So, yeah. The only thing I don't know about is, like, what the hell's with Ace? No one answer that. I'm starting to wonder, though, if he had something to do with the ninth man. Because everybody else kind of has... Everybody else kind of has, like, somebody they have somewhat of a relationship with. And I literally know nothing about Ace. Do you know how much I have written down about Ace? I have the following on his page, okay? You want to see it? It's pathetic. It's blank as frick-frack, paddywhack. KO'd in hospital. He's gone. He's just chilling in the hospital for this entire segment. I always thought that was weird, and it's becoming weirder. Actually, I think you're the first person to ask me that, Pinecone. I don't know if I'll be playing the other two games or not. Are they as good, at least? A truly knockout amount of info. Oh, shoot. Actually, that's true, Item. We did discover when we went into door 1 that Ace very easily is like, yeah, you totally swapped the papers. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget again. The second one is, you like ZTD more than most, but it's weaker than the other two. It gets wild. Hi, Problem Possum. How are you doing? For lack of a better way of putting it, ZTD is very much a product of its production. Does that have anything to do with some of the other Spike Chunsoft issues that I've had? Like some of the ones that are in Danganronpa? Oh, ZTD, like, didn't have a very good budget. I see. You haven't played the other two item. Oh, that's true. Ace also knew an awful lot about the coal. And, like, the coal and, like, steam engines. I don't know why I'm, like, forgetting to write some of the stuff down now. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else than a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people would know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information to our brains where we experience that information as thoughts. Junpei didn't say anything. Junpei is still staring at the screen like... Oh, also, because I don't know if I said this out loud or not. Techie, I know, by the way, I just so that you don't worry about it, I know you're not pressuring me about making the voice real. I know you're not. I appreciate the support. I do eventually want to do that still. Now, Junpei didn't say anything, not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her. The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else? Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultish religion. Yay, back to the dumb Junpei face. Okay, so... What if brain? What if brain not main computer? That's literally what I'm writing down. What if brain not main computer? Gotta write your notes like Junpei. Wasn't he like oddly sweaty or something when sorting the ID cards in the cargo room, or did you dream that? I mean, it sounds familiar. Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia. Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued. If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged. I suppose that would explain aphasias and blindsight too. Perhaps he actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing. I have no idea what that is, actually. I'm gonna Google it. But I'm just gonna go with, like, define in that word so I don't get spoilers by accident. Oh, face blindness. Wait a minute. Cross of what? He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV. And blind sight was easy enough to guess, but he had never heard the word prosopagnosia. I'm prosopagnosia before. What, you've never heard of it? She looks so annoyed at him. Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head. Nope. What is it? Well, put it simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face will look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things, their voices, their clothes, their hair. Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks? No, I don't think so. Yeah, we do have a few people that have aphantasia in the community as Zul'jin. Brian also has that. That was how I learned what aphantasia was. You've seen monkeys, like, in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they've obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys, even eventually, but you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. That's how people would be to someone with oh my gosh, I don't know why this word is so hard for me to say. I'm just gonna say face blindness. Face blindness, huh? Didn't even know that kind of thing existed. Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head. And, what were we talking about? Yeah, I definitely need a gif of Science Lady, but it's Junpei. I'm just writing down that face blindness was mentioned. The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor. Are you serious about that stuff? Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it. What about the other half? Well, I guess I was just adulting? Not funny. I like you, Lotus. Some dude accused you of making up words in a bar once because you said propagate. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic to it. It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind and I just talked about it to kill time. But it looks like I don't need to talk anymore. Why? I don't have to kill time any longer. As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high and brought it down on the inner key. Dramatic! The program took only seconds to analyze the system. Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted. Piece of cake. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares! What the hell is that? No idea. It looks like a puzzle. Suddenly, Lotus stood up. Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard? Nothing. Okay, yeah. Now we're back to this. Which, did I write down stuff for this? Actually I did. I did, hang on. I just messed it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boop, 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 boop. Solved it! Okay, there's some keys. More new dialogue! More new dialogue. Save. You have mild face blindness and full-on aphantasia. When you started your current job 12 years ago, you couldn't tell either of your bosses apart until they started to talk. They had the same hair, the same build, same height, and almost the same facial structure to you, and everyone else could tell them apart no problem. So what you're saying is one of them should have gotten a mustache. That would have helped. You just gotta get him to get a mustache. That'll totally fix it. Probably. I don't know. I don't actually have face blindness. So I don't know if that helps. I would just assume a mustache would help. Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird? Why is she asking me this, Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him. He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something. Even a small something that would help her. However... Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person or something like that, but that's about it. Okay. Have them dressed like cartoon characters, one always in blue, the other in yellow. What would happen if one day one of them came in wearing red, though? How would you know which one it was? Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away. Hey, wait a minute. Huh? Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake? I mean, was he born? You're talking about his eyes? Yeah. No. He wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. Oh. Let's see. Was was not born blind. I'm writing this down about Snake. Got in a bad car accident.
He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's left arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Okay. That confirms what I thought about what she was going to tell us. That she realized when we were in room 1 together. Is that because her brother has a fake arm and there was no fake arm bits, that body that's behind door 3 is not her brother.
The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they...
What if Snake's alive, though?
They had to cut off his arm. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded. Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff. Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. We're learning things, chat! Also, I just remembered that I don't actually need the other thing at all. Like, I don't need her to erase that because it doesn't matter. I already had the answer to that other thing. Max voltage! Oh wait, sorry, let me change it back to this screen. Although, just because I really want you to see that his head's on fire. The mannequin's head is on fire! Okay, it looks kind of funny, but this is no laughing matter, chat! This is not a laughing matter! Do not laugh about the mannequin's head being on fire, or so help me. If I don't do something, Clover will... The mannequin's head's on fire. 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 Okay. We don't have time to look at that. We don't have time to look at that. We don't have time to look at that. Do we have time to do anything? It's dangerous over there. Wait. There's a mannequin on fire on the other side of the window. Oh my god, I think he was talking about its skin was melting. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard! To Isengard! To Isengard! Oh, now the screen is red. We gotta get out of here, but I don't want to get out of here. Listen, I really wanted to see if there was anything else important. Okay.
You found it.
We don't have time to look at that. We don't have time to look at that. The mannequin's head's on fire. The mannequin's head's on fire. The key! Oh, hey, new dialogue! We gotta get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need. So, I think... I still really feel like I'm supposed to go through door 6. Because it just wouldn't make sense to me to go through door 1. It wouldn't make sense for me to go through door 1. You have actual popcorn now? Hell yeah. The key! The key! The key? 7 smiled. Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here. 7 tossed something small and metallic towards Junpei. He caught it and found that the object was a key. On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. Ta-dam! He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol. I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright? Yeah, got it. Well, I've got something for you too, then. Here. It's the Saturn key card. We found it in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost. And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Earth key, which had been found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key, which 7 had just handed to Junpei. And the Saturn key card, which Lotus had handed to Junpei. What's interesting is I still can't fast forward through this. Oh wait, nope, now I can. Also, it's Ace that goes through door 3 with 7. Why does he volunteer? Why are you volunteering? I'm so suspicious of Ace now, y'all. Sorry, y'all. I'm not going through that elevator talk again. My brain can only have handled it once ever. You making the elevator conversation canon when you got the true ending. Well, I don't even know if I'm gonna get the true ending yet. Wait, not that way. Okay, yeah, so he's stuck. Yeah. Hang on. Okay, so we have. All right. So, at this point, we have the knowledge that Snake has a fake arm. Do we get to take advantage of that? Just like Ace said, just like the ninth man. Yeah. I'm so suspicious. Aha! Okay. It didn't pause here because I didn't give it a chance, but I would like to point out that this says it looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seems to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Also, we don't actually know that that's even his bracelet! That's even more proof that that's not him. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. Chat. What if Junpei has face blindness? Yeah, it's just the way... It's just the way this is phrased. They were all familiar to Junpei. I just think that's an interesting way of phrasing that. See, I'm also gonna write down also the bracelet in room 3 was broken. So, I don't know if it's actually snakes. We just assume that, but we don't actually know since we can't see it. Zarumara! Hi, Zaru. How are you doing? It's pizza time. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch her throat. Okay, but I don't think that is... I still don't think that is Snake, dude. The first scene with Akane, it flashes back to the, like, an older outfit of hers. See, Clover thinks... I think, okay, I could be wrong. I could be misremembering this, Chadra, but I think June actually recognizes us first. I could be wrong. Assuming I don't get the ending here, well, then I'll slow down when we get to that part and we'll find out. You're hungry? Gonna nom and lurk? Enjoy the food, Zaru. Oh, am I remembering that correctly, Abenita? That she called him Jumpy before he actually recognized her? Because that's the thing that Lotus said, was like that sometimes people that have face blindness, they'll use other ways of recognizing people from their lives. Like their clothing or their voice or like other personalized things. Yeah, he did recognize his ID card and like he recognizes his face in the mirror. But I mean, I guess then the question is like, do people with face blindness recognize their own face? And I have no idea. I would have to ask somebody with face blindness. I don't know. I'm also... Okay. Hey, chat, I do have a question. Does this dialogue decision matter? The, like, choosing that's possible or that's crazy? No. Okay. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell which of the dialogue options really matter. And I don't want to just choose the same one I've been choosing for the sake of fast forwarding if the other one is actually helpful. Do 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 do. And then there's still door 2. But I think that just leads to the submarine ending. I guess I don't know for sure. You know what? Okay. I want to make sure that I am not just throwing a door completely out of the running for preconceived notions and then lead myself into circles because of that. Hey, chat! Can I just ignore door 2? Like, is that really just only the submarine ending? Is that literally just a, like, giving you the bird side door? Okay, it is submarine only. Okay, so my original thought that that's always submarine is correct. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that because I would be so mad at myself if I was sitting here thinking that door 2 was always submarine and then... You know, like 30 hours later, it turned out that I just needed to go to door 2 here or something. Okay, so my plan, I think, is to go through door 6 because that's gonna get me... That's gonna get me back... Well, shoot. But then the issue is... The issue is that, like... I don't know. I just... dialogue! I'm having, like, the hardest time deciding which one of these to go through. But I don't know why I'm having a hard time, because I'm like, well, worst case, I'm wrong, and then we just do this again, and then I pick the other door. So, screw it. We ballin'! I mean, I guess I could keep my save there. If I get knife again, that's true. I did save, right? Did I save? Alright, I'm only gonna ask this. Okay, I'm only gonna ask this because, listen. Wait, no, you know what? I don't know. Ah! I'm so torn! Part of me wants to ask because I hate the stupid box puzzle, but then the other part of me is enjoying the anticipation of did I pick correctly? It's driving me crazy. You'll see shortly. I guess so. Wheel. Oh, I got excited for a second. Wait! Y'all, it's more new dialogue! We're being used for some sort of experiment, is that what you're saying? No, but that seems like a possibility, you know? With that, he turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. You know, speaking of experiments... Santa suddenly stopped. There was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish, C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown. The tank has two exits, A and B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. So you can see the diagram. Exit B, however, is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose? There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded. B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified. Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified. Which means the rat can't get out that way. So after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A. Huh. I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment. You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. These scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation of rats, they took less time to find the correct exit. Actually, I think I have heard, not this exact story, but like, this, I don't think, okay, so I don't think they electrified one of the exits. I think it was like a big maze, and they did actually have the rat, like, they actually did an experiment where, with each generation of rats, the rats would take less and less time to find the actual exit for the labyrinth. Something like that. I'd have to go look it up. I don't remember exactly, but it was something like that. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But even that wasn't the most impressive thing. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory far from the original one with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in the second experiment began the trials at significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial experiment. These rats were not related to the rats used in the first experiment, and had never even come in contact with them, and yet, they all easily found their way to exit A, as though they already knew. So basically, Santa is telling us another story about, kind of like that one that Lotus told us about the dog and the lady pictures. What did it mean? Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium. Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him. How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone. Hey, wait, there's something I want to ask you. Santa stopped and turned around. Why did they use that tank for the experiment? Huh? Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown? Well, that seems really relevant. Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh. You know the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge? You ever think about that? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out or appear or rise out of something else. So what's gonna emerge in an emergency? Inspiration. Inspiration? Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need. So in an emergency, your real potential emerges? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge. Yeah, no, Santa, I've never thought about that. Gonna just write that down. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. Kay! With my newfound knowledge, I will panic. Okay, we get the coal. We put the coal in here. Da 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 da. He's got, yeah, Junpei's got a couple of dead pixels on the old monitor. That's a good way of putting it. Boop. I'll take that. 2 options for the rats. Okay. According to Act 1, memories can be inherited. 2, the rats had an instinctual tendency to go one direction over the other, and that instinct was strengthened as it passed on to subsequent generations. I mean, I also assumed that that subsequent generations were biologically descended from the prior ones. That I made that assumption, but I guess we don't technically know. I think Junpei he's like really good at solving the puzzles. He just doesn't have knowledge about anything else. Or that's what I see it as. You found it again. Boodly doodly doo. Okay, so now Santa's talking about... There's new dialogue! New dialogue! New Santa dialogue! New Santa dialogue. Okay, is it bad that I kind of want to take an early break to grab some coffee? Because I'll probably end up doing 2 breaks today. Because I'm gonna take another break when Angry Trees gets home from work so that I can, you know, like, say hi to my husband. We didn't have parents. Bullshit, how were you made? Listen! Santa was made in a Santa factory! He was made in a Santa Claus factory, Faramir! Gosh! Okay, yeah, I think, well, also there's, like, some ads running right now anyway. I'm gonna sit on this save menu so I don't accidentally flub through into the dialogue. And, yeah, I think I'm gonna take a quick break here, and I'm gonna refill my drink. Y'all feel free to take a little break and, like, stretch your legs and get some water and stuff, too. When we come back, we will hear more about Santa and his sister and his parents that are dead, I guess. Which is something that he did not tell us previously when we took the bookmark from him by going into room 4. So, without further ado, BRB! Thank y'all for hanging out. Alrighty, y'all, I am back. Thank you so much for waiting. Sorry, that was a bit longer of a break than I was originally planning. But I wanted a snack, and then I had to share my snack with Ollie. I got a banana, and then Ollie was like, oh no, if you get a banana, then I also get a banana. That's our deal. That's the deal that Ollie and I have, is that she gets one. Did you hear me say the word? You already had it. We both ate it. It's gone. It's gone. Sounds like someone needs a treat. She just had one! Ollie, are you ready to be spoiled today? Dreadlord Ollie will be spoiled. Yes, she will. Hi, Gigandus. How are you doing? Also, Magic Warrior, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you enjoy our lovely emotes. We do have many of them. Look at this bird. Look at her. She a good burb. Hi, John Yo. Always, yes. She's always ready to be spoiled. Okay. Well, okay, before we continue then, let me go get her a treat. Okay, Ollie, are you ready? Are you ready for a nut? She's like, oh my god, I get so many treats today. You gonna go hide it over here?
Ollie, I can't see you.
There. There's also a very sweet kitty laying down behind my chair. Thank you, Ek, for spending your crystals on adorable bird buddy. She very much appreciates that. Ollie is 15 years old now. She is straight up a teenager. She'll be 16 in May. And we have had her since, I don't know, like, I think like September of 2009. And Angry Trees and I got together February 1st, 2009. So, yeah, Ollie's a teenager. That's why she's Dreadlord Ollie. So Congo African Greys in captivity tend to live anywhere between like 40 to 60 on average, but it really varies. It varies a lot. Macaws can live up to like 100-something years. Your cat's turning 18 in March. You never had a cat this old and she's starting to slow down to do cat things in general. Luna is 7 now. She is my first cat. She is precious. She says, Mom, I'm trying to sleep. Alright. No overwrite save. No, none of that. All we do now is take our new coffee, take a sip, and we're gonna have Santa tell us more about himself. So, to scroll up a little bit. He simply turned back to his picture and spoke. I was his Santa Claus. This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either. We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like a dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running in my room with this big smile. Oh, this is gonna break my heart, because I know that her sister's dead. No! I know Santa's sister is dead. This is gonna kill me.
Look! Santa left me a present! Santa got me that doll I really wanted! I'm so glad he got the letter I wrote!
I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked, address unknown. I'd open the letter before she figured out they'd been sent back. Okay, that's actually really smart. That is low-key really smart. Do we have parents? Let's see. Hang on. I was looking for... Sorry, I kept passing it. I was looking for Santa's thing. Their parents died in an accident. So Santa was kind of like his little sister's dad. And bought her Xmas presents as Santa Claus. Just to maybe confirm. Well, I mean, listen, I'm just like, okay, so Snake got in a horrible accident when he was a kid and went blind and lost his arm. Santa and his sister's parents died in a horrible accident. I'm like, are we all just kids whose parents are dead? Are our parents actually psychic rats from the ship of Theseus with face blindness? I don't know. There are a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she had asked for. It took a lot of savings, but I managed to buy her presents every year. That's so goddamn sweet. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking. But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said,
I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time.
but I couldn't make a wish like that come true. Some Santa I am. Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But...
what happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort. She died. She was killed 9 years ago. Okay, so my hunch that her sister is the one who died on the ship 9 years ago on the same boat, this boat that Snake was on, was correct. Have a good night, Nibelung. Thank you for joining us. You rest well. There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale. Alright, let's go. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. I'm having a bunch of, brain faults today, Item. But you know what? If Santa wants to be a her, that's perfectly cool. I don't know. For all we know, maybe Santa is cool with any pronouns. Oh, God, I almost spilled my coffee everywhere. I told you, I'm having so many brain faults today, y'all. Take a way out! Okay. So, okay, this time, I'm actually going to look at all these. Card with 7's face on it, printed on it. A card with 7's face printed. Okay, so 7's is always the same. This one's got me on it. This one's got me on it. This one's got me on it. This must be... oh. I know, guys! Go for women who look like Lotus. Okay, I was hoping to go backwards in the text, but it won't let me. That was June literally saying she's not as sexy as Lotus, so don't look at her picture. But, I'm trying to! I'm doing the best I can! So please don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board. Wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that, have I? June, on behalf of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee everywhere, I will literally burn anyone who calls you a board. I will burn them to the ground. There's some Junpei lines I haven't seen yet. Aw, that are like trans pride. Shoot, I just realized I don't know if I'm gonna get to see the freezer stuff again.
999 burgers, 999 fries, 999 chicken nuggets, 999 sodas.
Okay, now I really want french fries and chicken nuggets. Toxic, thank you so much for 13 months! Hi, I hope you're doing well today. Wait a minute, I haven't said anything like that, have I? I mean, well, as as a bi lady, Orma, I'm also in favor of all booba everywhere, regardless of the size. Like, they're all good, okay? They're all good. This card has a picture of June on it. Oh, shoot. He looks like some kind of criminal. It looks like one of those photos you see on the bulletin board at a police station. Okay, so there is more once you, like, step out of that. Okay, yeah, I have read that dialogue before. It's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I can't take my eyes off it. Okay, for you, chat, I'm gonna keep looking at our own headshot. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I feel enraptured. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I just want to rub my face on it. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I want to eat it. The Narcissus got worse. So much worse. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. It belongs in a shrine. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. It belongs in a museum. Okay, calm down, Indy. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I bet I could get quite a bit for this online. Chat, I need you guys to do me a favor. I need you. Someone, please. 3D print this card, paint it, and put it on eBay for like $1 million on an eBay account named Junpei, please. Yeah, most scams. Let's make the protagonist relatable and likable. 999. How about we make him a really dumb guy who's also a narcissist? But he's funny, though. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I feel kind of unfulfilled. What does that mean? My picture. What I'm so confused about the last text. My picture. Okay. I'm definitely not creeped out a little. Snake. Is that Snake's card? Yeah, you want to see it? No, that's fine. Okay. Why don't you want to see it, Ace? This is Clover's card. You know, looking at this photo, she's kind of cute, isn't she? Huh? What's up?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Why does her smile make me feel cold? Freaking jump scared. It's Ace's card. You look like some kind of European lord. Chat? 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 I don't like this information. Didn't I write down who bought the damn ship? Lord What's-He-Faces? And, like, I'm pretty sure he was literally a European lord? Oh, my headshot. You want to see it? Yeah, Lord Gordain or whatever. It's actually a pretty good picture. Nah, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search. I just thought that was really weird. It's Santa. Man, the guy on this card's one good-looking son of a bitch. Way more class than that other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Shit. Wrecked. This guy. This card has the 9th man on it. He's the first victim of this nonary game. Actually, come to think of it, he was acting pretty weird. I wonder what his deal was. Oh, it's the, you ever think about how crates reproduce conversation? Goody. Oh my god, I just realized. Wait, oh my god, chat! Is the rat story the reason why Santa's, like, suspicious of this electric fence? Oh, I am instantly so suspicious. We're still missing one. Where was the other one? Ah! I think it's like on the ground somewhere, isn't it? Oh yeah, no, that's right. Literally card there, which was Lotus. There's a picture of Lotus on this card. Man, her hair is ridiculous. It's like clay or something. Says the pot to the kettle. Okay, we collected them all. Just then, oh, new dialogue! Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence. June, are you okay? She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace. I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You do the box thing, alright? Huh? Just put the cards in the boxes! I'm counting on you! He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off towards June. Are you alright? What happened? Junpei called out to her as he ran. As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help. I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped. Don't give me that! Now's not the time! But it's true! I tripped over a box! Junpei put his palm on her forehead. Her temperature was much the same as it had been last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone. I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know? Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up. Still, to fall down like that, I think she's probably still a little messed up. June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off of her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still. Alright, well, let's get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital. Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep and I'll be fine. Medicine? Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy. Ace? Why? Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Oh. Oh no. Oh god. I hope it's not the same one! I hope it's not the same one, chat. I sure hope it's not the same one. That explains where that sedative came from that he said he conveniently found in a room. Cradle Pharmaceutical is the name, I think. Good. Well, yeah, I did want to learn more about Ace. I think I know who stabbed everyone. That is a big, many stars. Oh, God. I can't fucking believe this, dude. That would explain why he stabbed Lotus. If it was... Okay, if... So I gotta tap. Oh, this is a big deal. So, if it was Ace that stabs Lotus in the knife ending, that would make sense, because Lotus probably would maybe know who he is, or be able to figure that out, because her two daughters were kidnapped for that experiment that Cradle Pharmaceuticals ran. And also, you know, like, she would have done a bunch of research about it, I'm sure. Like, I'm pretty sure that's where I originally learned that Cradle Pharmaceutical ran the same hospital that all 16 of those kids had been at. I also am still, like, dude, I just gotta say, I really think that, I really think that it's very possible that June and Junpei were also part of this experiment, and I don't know why they don't remember it, other than maybe, I mean, like, Seven obviously, like, doesn't have very good memories of things, so, like, it's, I don't know, I feel like it's possible they fucked with their memories, because, like, Lotus's kids are the same age as Junpei, and they were in the experiment. Nobody answer any of that. I just got a lot of thoughts. Yeah, we know that Cradle Pharmaceuticals ran the hospital that those 16 kids were at, that when all 16 of those kids ended up in that experiment. So, like, and, like, Seven was investigating the kidnapping of children 9 years ago, which I believe he also said was Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Yeah. They were literally, like, the kids, he got a tip that the kids were being put on a boat, and then Seven went to find them, but he got knocked out from behind at the dock, and when he woke up, he was locked in a cell in the boat, and he managed to, like, find his way out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Saporal. Saporal. Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard about Sapporo before. Santa continued. Okay, actually that does sound familiar, and I don't know why. Why is that familiar to me? I don't know why that's familiar to me. Sapporo? Like, is that specifically what Ace used to knock himself out? Was that why I remember it? Saporal is an anesthetic that is gaseous at room temperature, similar to nitrous oxide. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. For these reasons, it found widespread acceptance with police and military forces in numerous countries. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer, and is practical, ethical, and humane. Developed 6 years prior, it was made from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Sapporo skyrocketed, and as it did, so did the stock of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Why do you know all this? Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple. I heard it from the old man himself. From Ace? When? By the number 4 door at the central stairway. Oh, I see. I'm writing this down. Write that down, write that down, write that down! When we was searching the second classroom, remember how Snake 7 and you went to door 5? I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know? Are you worried about something? No, nothing. Totally not! As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes. What the hell is he doing? He turned back to June and Santa. June, don't push yourself, alright? Yes. Santa, could you take care of her? Sure. He gave them both a short nod, and then turned and headed towards Ace. What are you doing? Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat. What happened? Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry. I think perhaps because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment. What can't you see well? These pictures. You mean like temporary face blindness? Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan. I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old's a difficult thing. He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed, and his lips were pale and drawn. At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit. He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically. How could simply looking at cards have tired him out? Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear, and each person's easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad? But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable? That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier. Face blindness. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look like the same as Clover's or even yours, so they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with face blindness have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Maybe. Maybe he's got face blindness? Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed. When you asked if Ace had struggled with the ID cards yet earlier, you didn't realize you were asking it 30 seconds before Lotus mentioned the face blindness? Okay, well I had to sneeze, but then it decided to vanish. Honestly, I mean, I thought I remembered him acting a little strange about the IDs. Like, he didn't specifically say anything about not being able to recognize the faces, but I remember him being very, like, short about it. Like, yeah, it's ID cards, move on. Like, he didn't even want to look at them, which I thought was strange. Like, you would figure that a normal person's response to me would be like, why are there, like, ID photos of all of us here? Not just, like, complete disinterest or purposefully moving on quickly. But yeah, it turns out it's because he can't tell who is who in the pictures. It was reasonable, of course, that he'd feel that way. If he really did have face blindness, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. I mean, yeah, I can't imagine, like, the, like, deeply unsettling horror of, like, slowly not being able to recognize people's faces anymore when you have previously. Okay, so I'm gonna write down under Ace's thing that he has face blindness. Like, it honestly reminds me of, how people say that when you get Alzheimer's, you, like, there are, like, oftentimes people who get Alzheimer's will become angry, but it's because they're scared because so much around them doesn't make sense because they can't remember things they know they should be able to remember. Oh well. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back towards the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of the 9 boxes. Hi, Radio Dead Air. Hi, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome to 999. A story in hopefully not 9 full parts. Hi, Ainmap. Hi, Corum. How's it going? I think you can be born with it, Magic Warrior. Oh, well, like, face blindness. I'm pretty sure, like, you can just be born with it. Which, I mean, I imagine would still probably be, like, kind of scary. But I guess, like, at least it would be something like that was kind of your standard. I don't know. I don't really know what that's like. But I imagine, like, either way, it would be difficult. All right. Doing 8 and 5. Bloop, bloop. Hi, Rainy Day. How are you doing? Your dad was like that for a little while? Yeah, it's rough. One of my grandmothers got to the point where she couldn't recognize my mom anymore. And I was really glad I was there with her for that because it was rough. You have an acquaintance with face blindness? The one time you hung out in person, she was glad you had a really colorful shirt on because it made you easy to spot. That's another good reason to love wearing bright colors. For sure. F. Okay, let me go look at my solution for this. Cool beans. Magic box. Two, 7, 6. Oh wait, right. Where am I going? I did this last time too, where for some reason I just like blanked out and forgot that it was right there. Oh, do you think it's gonna take me 8 parts instead of 7? Not locking in enough, I guess. I don't know why I, like, can't do this the first time. Like, ever. I never go the right way the first time. Apparently I'm not gonna do it the second time either. Is it that I don't need to push? I think it's that I don't need to push that one. Yeah. That's what it is. I don't need to push that other one because it makes a bunch of work for me. So I am a silly goose and I think I hope I didn't hack this up. I did. Okay, I forgot I needed to push that other one, but... There we go. Da-da-da-da! Boxes. Coffin time! There's the gun. Okay. Okay. So I can't... Okay. Can't do anything else with the coffin. That's good to know. I'm trying to remember if I checked this after I opened the door. No, okay, he still can't.
Just checking! You found it.
This frustration was a lot of your childhood playing Lolo. Oh, maybe that's why I have Loud Neighbors YouTube on. I was just thinking that. Alright. We'll see what happens.
Hi, Angry Trees!
Okay. Knock, knock! Knock, knock! Clover's gone again. Oh, this is different! This is different. 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 Save. Different! Different! Okay. As I did mention, though, I am taking 2 breaks today. Apologize that they're very close together. But my husband just got home and I want to say hi to him because I haven't seen him all day. We're finally not getting stabbed, maybe! Maybe. We'll find out if we still get stabbed later, because technically in the coffin ending, we still got stabbed. Woo! Yeah! Not getting the knife ending a 3rd time. Okay, I will be right back, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out for 999. Yeah, maybe this time we can get stabbed in the front! Yeah! All right, y'all, I am back. I went ahead and I grabbed myself a glass of water so that I have water, because I have some coffee left, but like obviously not a whole glass. So I want to make sure I don't run out of drink. I don't want to get up again.
I don't want to get up a third time.
But I said hello to Angry Trees and welcomed him home, and I got some water. And I'm ready to continue our adventure in trying desperately to find the true good ending of this game. Also, I have something important to show y'all that I kind of forgot. It's not, okay, let's face it, it's not actually important, but I want to show it to you anyway. This was the image that I tweeted and skeeted and posted on Discord with today for the going live. Life has many doors, and boy! Literally me trying to find the good ending in this game. I felt like it was the most relevant way I could ever possibly use this image. Life has many doors, and boy! You can shake your head all you want, Agama. You know I'm right. It does need to be edited to say Junpei. Just put Zero's mask over Rolf's head and have it say, "Life has many doors, Junpei!" Alright, y'all. We have gone through the following doors: 5, 8, and 6. And now, we have something different. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't. No, soup! That startled me. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Life Has Many Doors, Ed Boy! New soup. Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room. The shower room? That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him. June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
You know, that's a fair assessment if we know that Clover doesn't believe that that's her brother, that she would go check. There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame. Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stopped into the shower room. No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green. The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten a lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider. Wait here. June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head. As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body, lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood. There are many ways a man can die, but this? The skull was shattered and the head little more than a pulpy mass of brain, bone, and viscera. The left arm was hideously twisted into a horrific alien shape, the bright white of the ulna shining through the remains of skin and muscle. Oh my god, Junpei, are you gonna finally remember that Clover told you about the fake arm? Huh? Wait. Bright white? Ulna? Bones! The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Meat on the snake! What if Snake was alive, though? Oh my god, I can't believe his brain cells finally connected something. Of course. Of course! Why hadn't he realized it earlier? Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least had been once. That meant the corpse. Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling, "Junpei! June, where were you guys?" He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat. Did something happen? Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air. Clover's dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom. All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Well, now I'm just sad. I would have rather gotten stabbed. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place. Clover, Clover. Why? Why had this happened? He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, if it weren't for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile. Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot. Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. Are you all right? It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom. You should get some rest. He lowered June until she was sitting against the bed. She nodded once and stared at the floor. Y'all, are you forgetting the fact that the boat is sinking? I'm sorry, but we don't have time to lay down. There were 4 others in the room: Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there. Who was the first to find the body? Me. Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up. Why'd you come to this room? To look for Clover? Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey guys, I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right? Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask. So, I'm also, like... Who has a knife? Like, did somebody take the 9th man's knife? I wonder if it does matter who you send in to the room with the 9th man. Let's see, because when we picked door 5 this time, so we were there. Oh, we didn't go to door 7. Not that knife, Evanina. Not the knife that we found in the kitchen behind door 7. I'm talking about the knife that the 9th man held Clover hostage at the beginning of the game. So, who came with us to door 5? I'm trying to remember who was with us. Like, hey chat, you guys feel free to answer, because I, for some reason, didn't write it down and I can't remember. Was it just Snake and 7 that were with us? But yeah, but 7 does leave the doors open. So technically it could still be anyone. Also, I believe that, Oh yeah, also yes, 7 was acting weird because, I think it was like, he acts weird in that one prison room, and he's like looking for like a vent to go through, but it's like not there. But I think that's a different thing. Maybe I'm not thinking of the one you're thinking of, Chupon. I'm not sure. Alright, what is it, Junpei? What are we thinking about? When we finished all the puzzles in this room and got the door open, you stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why'd you do that? Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so the door wouldn't lock, so we could come back to this room. Oh. You think I did it? Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it? I mean, I don't think... I don't think that, like, I remember noting that he kept, like, leaving doors open, like, propping doors open, which I thought was kind of weird and interesting, but also smart. But he's also a cop, so I don't think that he's, like, I don't think he stabbed. I don't think he did it, man. I still think it's Ace. 7 sighed and shook his head. Follow me. Because that's the thing, like, we didn't check anyone's pulse in the submarine ending, except for Clover's. So there could have still been someone pretending to be dead. Technically. There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right. Behind the door was a closet. 7 stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured towards a small box. The box was a small metal cube. Oh my god, are you gonna open the safe? No way! Oh my god, after like 20 hours, am I finally gonna get to know what's inside this safe? I'm about to lose my mind! It's been so many years! It's been 84 years! Hi, Smoke! Hi, Raiders! Welcome! Welcome to my 7th day playing this game. I've gotten 3 of the endings, and after like 20 plus hours, I finally get to know what's in this safe that I found in like hour 3 of the game. It's been so long! It's been 999 years! Hi, Dragon Fire. Hi, Raiders. Welcome. Hi, I'm Spoonee. I play a lot of retro games, RPGs, indie games, you name it. This is 999. This is the DS version. If you have not played 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, and you want to play it, this is very much big big spoiler warning territory. Spoiler, the safe reveal happens in New Game Plus Plus Plus. You know, you say that as a joke, Smoke, but actually, that's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm not even kidding you. This is like my 4th run through. I've been through every single door at this point. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing well. It's really good to see ya. Also, I love the makeup that Witch did for you for the charity stuff. I also appreciate it. I literally saw in my follow list, I watched you do some of the makeup, and then I saw in my follow list later that your title was "Don't Ask About the Makeup." Y'all did awesome for Metal Meal Meltdown. 7 could have hurt Clover because 7, 8, 9. But yes, do keep in mind, please, if you have never played this game and you want to play it, this is big spoiler territory. I'm definitely looking at solving probably, hopefully, a big chunk of the mystery. Maybe, if we're lucky. It's my first time playing it. I am playing the DS version, so there's dual screen. I can do this. I can do that. And, welcome. I'm basically just a weird lady who giggles a lot and also tends to break every video game she touches. I'm also doing a thing right now called Nesvember, where I'm playing a bunch of NES games that I've never played. And, that's basically the rest of this week. So if you also want to see a weird lady play NES games and probably not beat any of them, I'm doing that too. She killed it. Yeah, she did. I mean, you killed it too. You pulled it off. And yeah, I don't know if you've played this before, Smoke, but it's really good. Like, I would recommend it. Junpei is kind of a dum-dum, but it's really fun to unravel the mystery. And as long as you keep notes for all the puzzles that you solve, it's not too bad having to go back through it. 9 princes and Amber. Hi, Lord of the Synth. How are you doing? Hi, Alice. Hi, Freaks. Hi, Astra. Hi, Killer Snake. Welcome, y'all. Oh, also, probably I should let you know, blood and guts warning. There's some blood and guts in this game, just so you know. It's cartoon, but it is there. It's like anime style. So, with that said, I'm gonna maybe see... I'm gonna maybe see what's in this safe after all this time. Maybe. Also, I say also a lot. Also, y'all should go follow Smoke-a-Look if you're not, because he's awesome. Hi, Tonberry. How are you doing? You never get to make Roger Zelensky references on Twitch, so thanks for that. You're welcome! We also are chock full of strong bad references. I feel like I could also be pretty frequently found singing random made-up versions of One Headlight, but with my own lyrics. Tractor! Yeah, we have Get Ye Flask here. I also watched episodes 1 through 50 of Strong Bad Emails with the community last month so that I could show people who had never seen Strong Bad how awesome it is, because it was basically the defining internet bit of my childhood. You're doing well, Tonberry. You dragged on the PS3 for the first time in like 7 years today. Oh, nice. What'd you end up playing? Alrighty. He looked at Junpei! He looked at Junpei. This is the reason. What, the safe is the reason? This safe! We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Besides, I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5. Again. It's illegal to not echo effect when they have the brackets around something, okay? Illegal. You have to. So I put that plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now? I mean, I get it. Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. Much like you, Item, the safe was slowly driving me insane for my entire playthrough. You can't put a safe in a game and not let me open it. He grabbed the handle and shook it. Nothing happened. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. There was one change, however. Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder. Rust. Junpei stared at it for a moment. Had someone opened the safe, dislodging the rust? Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom. Apparently we can't, but someone else opened it. And now I'm even more upset! It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there. Was there some other clue, perhaps? Anything that might lead him to whoever had stabbed Clover. I don't know, maybe a mysterious safe that had been opened. That had a knife in it, maybe. He took his time and examined the room carefully. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5. Hi, Kitty Trouble. Welcome to me yelling at the game. But in a fun, friendly way! Behind that door was the dead body of the 9th man. Maybe I should have another look at it just in case. Quietly, he pushed open the door. The smell hit him like a blow to the face. His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. Okay, that's a great description. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered onto the floor. I guess at least we hadn't eaten in a while. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks... Okay, again, gore warning, because there's descriptions, and I'm going to read them. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. Good. So, hey chat, you guys want some spaghetti? The other dead body, Junpei starts talking about spaghetti. Egg! Hi Quark, hi Neon, hi Moral. Egg! On the floor, next to the broken mass of the man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor. That was when he noticed. It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. Hey, chat. in the knife ending, guess who's murdered? Lotus. Guess what number bracelet she has? 8. It was taken. Now, out of everybody here, who would benefit from taking the 8 and 9 bracelets? Say the math with me, chat. 9 plus 8 is 17. 1 plus 7 is 8. 8 plus 1 is 9. It's 9. It had been there when Junpei had gone through door 5 before. He was sure of it. Right next to the glasses. Yeah, but you know who was also conveniently unconscious? And not going through door 7 or 8? Ace. You know who could have conveniently come back here? While we were all preoccupied? Ace. I think we're going to get murdered this time for our bracelet. We did not see him wake up. We did not. He was just already awake when we got there. You just finished the home security hotline VOD you keep hearing me say was the mice. I mean, to be fair, it's always mice, okay? It is always mice. Even this game has mice. Yeah, just because he runs the big pharma doesn't mean he has to be evil. Just because he runs the big pharma company that kidnaps children doesn't mean he's evil. Just because a girl was murdered on this boat and then 9 years later a bunch of people showed up here, including him, unveiling a giant mystery involving the notary game again, doesn't mean he's evil. But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone. But why? Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice. Huh? Where'd Junpei go? It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway. Could be anybody. Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway? Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room. Did you find something? He thought for a moment before he responded. No, nothing. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The 9th man's bracelet. Okay, I was gonna say, why are we not telling Seven this? But to be fair to Junpei, if Junpei is suspicious of Seven, Oh wait, no, because the broken bracelet. But if something happened to Snake, then that would be the 2 bracelet, which 7 would need to go along with the number 9 bracelet for him to go through a number 9 door. So it does kind of make sense that we are going to withhold this for right now. Hi, Kamoma. How are you doing? Yeah, Big Pharma's never evil. Oh, what's up? Well, I wanted you to take a look at something. What is it? Is it the safe? 7 led Junpei back to the bathroom. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips. What was it you wanted to show me? Oh no. His voice was hollow and empty. I searched Clover's body again. I found this. As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand. A note! She was holding a piece of paper! I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. You are a cop, so legit. Well, I did borrow one thing. He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important. Did you borrow her bracelet? There were 2 sentences written on it. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. Okay. Hey, chat. This is the same note that we found in Clover's hand in the submarine ending, isn't it? It's been like 5 weeks, so I just want to make sure that my memory is correct. I've seen this before. I believe it was in Clover's hand in the submarine ending. Yes, correct. Okay. Interesting. Oh, and Clover also took a note from door 1, but we didn't see that. Okay. What is this? Some kind of secret code? That's true. She did have something bulky in her pocket she didn't show us during the coffin ending. That's true as well. Okay, so then I think we can maybe presume that she got that note from door 1. Well, but that, I don't know, actually. I don't know if that's the same. I don't know if that's actually a note she got from door 1, because if that were the case, then how did she get it from the submarine ending? What is this? Some kind of secret code? 7 peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note. The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means... Oh, that's the left hand. I know that because I'm a left-handed person. And they hate me for some reason. sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. I mean, what did the left hand mean? The arm? Junpei looked at his own arm. At the bracelet on his wrist. Hey, fellow lefties in chat, let's go! Shout out to all my lefties that had to use right-handed scissors when they were a child. Did the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with this bracelet? He examined the bracelet closely. There were two protrusions on either side of the face, the left and right sides of the face. Left and right, right and left. Truth is gone. Truth, gone. I'm sorry, Bro, are you telling me that there's like a secret code to turn off the bracelet? It sounded funny. What did it mean? Truth, gone. Maybe those two words. I'm gonna snooze the ads while I'm solving this. What else could they mean? What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, meant something that was correct, something that was a fact. In other words, something that was right. And and something that has gone has left. So right, left, right, left, right, left. It would follow then that gone meant left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. In this case, however, they clearly referred to their directional homonyms. So that means truth equals right, gone equals left. That seemed to make sense. Junpei looked at the bracelet again. At the two protrusions on the left and right of the face. Junpei pressed them in the following order. I mean, listen, if I explode, that'll be bad. If I somehow misread this and I explode, that'll be bad. So it's truth had gone, and truth had gone. So it's literally right, left. I'm pretty sure it's literally right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... What? One after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet. He checked one more time to be sure. Oh, okay, good. They're gonna write this down for me. Thank God. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Huh? Hey, what are those numbers? Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers in the order they came in if he said anything. 1438341. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom. 1438341. 1438341. 1438341. 1438341. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers, such as the ones he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? 1438341. Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him. That's funny, that's the same combination on my luggage. 1 to the right, 4 to the left, 3 to the right, 8 to the left, 3 to the right, 4 to the left, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. That also makes sense that why pushing on the watch bracelet thingy was right, left, because that's literally how you do a safe. Junpei heard the small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up. Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding. Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Okay? Facts! Excuse me while I write all this down. Nonary game was played 9 years ago, which I thought so. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the same game 9 years ago. Okay, yes. So far I have figured out both of these facts. Snake attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Okay, it was planned by 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO. Gentaro Hongo. Okay. Oh boy. Cradle Pharma. Chief of Staff? Nagisa Nijisaki. biopharmaceutical R&D supervisor. Teraki Kubota. And majority shareholder in... Oh my god. Drum roll. Kajashika Musashido. I must punish them. Oh boy. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Okay, so he wants the truth out? And to save innocent souls? I'm still like, where the hell is Snake, man? Junpei left the closet. Well, it is canon that he's bi. So. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest. Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me? Oh boy. Come with you? I want all of you to go to the big hospital room. Why? There's something I want to be sure of. What do you want to be sure of? I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit. Wait, then you're saying? Yeah. I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. Do you, Junpei? Emergency meeting! The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room, we'll hold the big class trial where one of you will die a horrible death, probably. And I'll explain everything as soon as we get there, definitely. Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. It was 5 o'clock. They only had an hour left. We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go. Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Now then, after a certain amount of time has elapsed, the class trial will begin! A body has been found! Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Let's go. Looking around, round. Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me. Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around. A7 and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red? Huh? Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just... No. We're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door. Why? Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover? Junpei's implication was clear, and Seven understood perfectly. Ugh, fine. What about you, Ace? Lotus? Very well. Sure. Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display panel. Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared. Just as Junpei had expected, it was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed, and the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well. It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity playing on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well. Clearly, they were all expecting some answers. I mean, I feel like Junpei thinks that Santa maybe killed them because, okay, but that's not actually Snake. But I guess we're not giving away that information. So are we just trying to like spark someone to say something dumb? Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation. Clearly they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued. By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something? What is it? Do you know who I am? What? What kind of question? Just answer it, please. Who am I? You're Junpei. Of course, who else would you be? Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. What? Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued. The clothes I'm wearing I borrowed from Junpei, and the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap. Oh yeah, okay, so we're just lying out of our ass, got it. But I think this is actually what we needed to do, because that's the phrase that I saw before it said to be continued, was actually I'm Santa. That's ridiculous. Impossible. So you're saying I'm not Santa? Of course you aren't. Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. One plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1, but the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3. It's 5. Right? Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei. You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5. As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist. Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was, ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered, if you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. As their justification for why I'm not Santa, I mean, the first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You look nothing alike. Yeah, you don't have his face. Ace, you have face blindness, am I right? Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace. He could hear a sudden buzz of conversation from the others. Face blindness? What's that? They heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back towards Junpei and sighed. Very well, I confess. I have face blindness. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder? No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has face blindness. Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds. I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him. Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath. Aw, man, is Nicolas Cage here now, Ack? Hell yeah. Hi, Lightbane. Hi, Narwhal. That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you... I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us. Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued. Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind. Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. That sounds like what a guilty man would say. Hi, Thread. We do have Barred Worm, which Herdy has told me is a pretty good replacement for that Nicolas Cage meme of him going... I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism. No, actually, I can't. Altruism, huh? Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear. You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually, we'd end up back in the big hospital room. What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have? Really? Yes, yes! Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. Oh, well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have face blindness. Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice. No, I'm not that stupid. Oh, baby girl. Then why? Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room, it's not Snake's. What? What? Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's... I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake. Mr. X. Oh God, no. That's impossible. No, it can't be true. That's impossible! Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring. Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have face blindness. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have face blindness, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake? I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So, to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You could never let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you... Hey, hold on a minute! For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why'd Snake have a grudge against them?
Look at this. He handed Santa a small piece of paper. Santa squinted at the paper and began to read. The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO, Gentaro Hongo. What is this? Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's. It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first-class cabin. Then suddenly... Give me a break! Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation. That paper is a lie! Someone tried to frame me! Me? You said me, right? Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything else. Wouldn't that mean that you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical? Or am I mistaken? It was though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide. Very well. I admit that much. I'm certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone's trying to set me up, you see? First of all, Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position. Junpei, you're claiming I did all this by myself. Think that over, alright? How could I have killed Snake all by myself? Well, you see, not Snake. It was Guy X. I don't care who it was! You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right? Yeah, maybe. Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X. Nope, you could have. Well, you see... Oh boy. Here we go. What? What? Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close. Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this. Junpei put his hand into his pocket. No, you couldn't have... Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled. I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? That explains Ace reaching into our inner pocket and knowing that that's where we hid the piece of paper. It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3. One plus 2 plus 9 equals 12. And then 1 plus 2 equals 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket. Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth twitching like a dying fish. No, actually, you do have to add the 9 game guy because you can't enter a room with you have to have at least 3 people. It's between 3 to 5 people, so you do need the 9, actually. You can't get in with 2. Door will say no. If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead! Tell me I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, 7? Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. 7 cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Oh, I think it does. Does he get a crazy face? I hope so. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Yeah! He gets the crazy face! Yes, let's go! I absolutely love when there's like a secret evil character who then when it's revealed that he's totally bonkers evil, he gets that face. I don't know why, but I love that trope. It's so good, dude. It's so good. It's like Nagito's crazy face. Then it stopped. His arms came down, and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion. Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck. His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter. My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root. I mean, yes. That's very true! 1 plus 9 equals 10, and then 1 plus 0 equals 1! Etc. I'm not doing all those, chat. As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere with anyone. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. Ace successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. He also found an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had been holding. Yup! I was right. Someone did take his knife, and it was Ace. Okay, so then... Did Ace bring Clover into the 5th door just to murder her? Or why? Why would he go in there? Was he trying to get to the safe? Or was there something else he knew about we didn't? Like maybe that weird secret grate entrance that Seven was talking about. He slipped both of them into his chest pocket and left as quickly as he'd come. He walked down the stairs and headed back to where he was supposed to be. That was when he met Guy X and mistook him for Snake. Snake was on his way to the large hospital room and had not noticed Ace behind him. Ace made sure it stayed that way. He followed the man wearing Snake's clothes to door 3. So then who the heck is wearing Snake's clothes? Because obviously, okay, this goes back to this being like a whole plan. Like, this makes sense for it to be like a plan that Snake had. So then I'm like, is Snake 0? No one answer that. When the man stopped, he walked up behind him quietly and called out, "Snake." Who is this guy? Because that's the thing. Snake would have known. So Snake must have known that Ace had face blindness. And then literally just like dressed this guy up in his clothes. The man turned to look at Ace. He said nothing. No words came out of his half-open mouth. He seemed dazed, somehow. Almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged? It didn't matter to Ace. Oh, that's unfortunate. Ace was certain the man was Snake. He knew Snake had been a part of the nonary game 9 years before. Snake hadn't recognized Ace immediately, but he was blind. That much made sense. Why then hadn't Snake said anything to him? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game, but not once had he attempted to confront Ace. Perhaps his lack of sight had prevented him from recognizing Ace. Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive Ace. In either event, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. Ace's mind was made up. He moved. He held the number 5 bracelet over the red. He waved his own bracelet in front of the red and finally grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. So what's interesting is that this guy does have a number 2 bracelet, which really adds more into the whole, I think Snake might actually be Zero, because considering Zero's note, "I must punish them," and he was there on the boat 9 years ago when that girl died. But what's interesting though is that, okay, so then you would figure that he would have all of the people who were responsible here, then. So now I'm really concerned that all of the adults are actually evil. Ace threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed. Kablooey. The man inside the door passed away. After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room where the 1 a.m. bell rang. Ace's eyes were cold, and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. I don't know, man. I have a lot of questions. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke. Ace, did you kill Clover? Yeah. Why? Why did you kill her? She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. Seemed likely she might have found it. Found what? Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere. Seven and Lotus interrupted. Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too. We didn't see anything suspicious. Oh, I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it. But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was therefore desperate to find her. And at last I did in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone. Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way. You aren't going anywhere. He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard. She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run. He was faster. That was how I killed Clover. His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse, or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show. You son of a bitch! Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed. I admit it. I've lost. I have lost, completely and utterly. But don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. Why do I feel like that was one of the other Cradle Pharmaceutical people? I feel like that was another one of the Cradle Pharmaceutical people. And I feel like the 9th man must have been another one. I am willing to bet. Because, okay, hear me out, chat. The sweet, delicious irony of the man responsible for all of this shit murdering one of the other people who worked for him and was also responsible in cold blood because he literally didn't recognize his face because he has face blindness. Oh, like chef's kiss. If I were Zero, I would 100,000% make that happen. The sweet, delicious vengeance of that would be far too good to pass up. So, I think that that was one of the other Cradle Pharmaceutical guys that Snake, maybe, who I think might be Zero, drugged up, dressed in Snake's clothing, gave him the number 2 bracelet, and literally just put him in there for the guy to kill. I'm fucked up? Thank you. I've been working on it my whole life. You also think that the people that write murder mystery novels are fucked up because you think that they would do that in real life and not that they just really enjoy writing a good story? Do you think fictional TV shows are reality? If somebody paid you $70,000 to stay in a morgue for a night, would you do it? Now I'm just asking Jonathan Frakes questions. Listen, now I just want to ask you every single Jonathan Frakes question. Various concerns. Various concerns. I laughed so hard I got dust in my throat. Do you like to go walking in the pale moonlight? Fun fact. Did you know that Jonathan Frakes sat the way he did in those videos because he actually messed up his knee? His iconic way of sitting is actually because he messed up his knee. No joke. I'm sorry. I'm like both teary-eyed because I got like dust in my throat or something, but also it's from laughing, so technically I'm crying laughing. Right now. Honestly, Moral, you say, do they come and then dip? Probably. Because, listen, ironically, I've been streaming on Twitch for 9 years. Okay? And I'm playing 999. I just wanted to throw that out there. But I've been streaming for 9 years. And every single time somebody has made some flippant, ridiculous comment like that, they think they're going to hurt my feelings. So they say it, and then when I laugh in their face, they leave. I'm like, that's really cute. Right, you think you can hurt my feelings with some text, but no, sweetheart. I got bullied way worse in school. You can't touch me. That's adorable and sad. Anyway. That guy was wearing Snake's clothes, and it was no coincidence, chat. He'd also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget that the component that removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything. It's also interesting because the 9th man took Clover hostage. Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them. The Punisher! The Punisher. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words. Words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace. Santa. June. 7. Lotus. Donkey! Zero is one of us! No, Junpei paused. There was one more person! Snake. It was clear now that the man who died in the shower room was not Snake. That meant that Snake was almost certainly still alive. Perhaps Snake was Zero. Perhaps Snake had made Guy X wear his clothes so that he would appear to be dead. Where was Snake now? Perhaps he was somewhere, laughing at them. If he was Zero, surely he had lied about many other things. Was he watching them? Yeah, what if we're still Zero all along? Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. One of Zero is one of us. Just a stranger on a ship trying to sink his way home. Trying to sink his way home. Why don't we get moving? He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. Oh, good. For Santa, it was the last straw. What the hell is this shit? You weren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch. We're gonna leave your ass here to rot. Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? Wow! I should have gone through a different door so that he would have a gun to shoot Ace with. Price Lady, thank you for 69 months. Hi. You wanna watch us stab Ace? Cause I think that might about to happen. She was nothing to you. Oh boy. Too bad you have no knowledge about the fact that Santa had a little sister that died in that experiment. Yeah, literally. Okay, never mind. Give Santa back the gun. That actually was good. He should have had it. She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard! Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus! She stepped towards Ace, raised a fist of her own. Ah, hell yeah! And drove it straight into his nose! Huh. You got some fire, don't you? I confess I rather like a tough woman. Ew! Okay, I hate this man. Literally, I hate this man with every fiber of my being now. He sniffled and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow. Well, maybe you'd like another one then. Before that, let me give you one of my own. Huh? Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. Oh. Great. Guess who has the gun now? It was a gun! The revolver! Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head. If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 2. No, 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Huh. Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Yeah, I already knew that, you ding-dong! Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. Yeah! Literally, the 9th man says, but he promised me! And then explodes. So... listen, the second I started suspecting you, I was like, well, obviously you're the guy who told the 9th man to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. Okay, have a good one, guys! I'm going off ahead now. Well then... Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god! Oh my god! There's no more time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Gah! You know what would have been awesome? If the 9th man had actually said Ace's name and saved us all this trouble. And now here we are! I had 4 reasons for killing him. 1! As I said before in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. 2! Oh yeah, I'm not saying that I would have been able to, like, do any better at giving out information on the, edge of my impending doom. I don't know why, but I always enjoy those little facts of, like, oh, if this had happened, none of this would have happened. I don't know why. Something about that is fun to me. I just like thinking about it. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I'd be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. 3. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. Bam! He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information. Yeah, so, about that whole thought that I had about the 9th man being one of the people that worked for the pharmacy. Lastly, I wish to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome. Junpei glared at him. I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago? Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out and I conducted its execution. Why? What on earth was it supposed to do? I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that. Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook. Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this? Why don't you tell her, Santa? Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace. On the other side of door 6. We found the gun in a coffin in the cargo room. Right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking. Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind. Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look. Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would only be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet. And now I have Lotus.
Nine plus 8 plus 1 equals 18. And then 1 plus 8 equals 9.
You know, like why he murdered Lotus in the knife ending. Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room to look like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it? And how do you know that? Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover. I see. Well, you are correct, that is my destination, but now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, please, don't forget my warning. Move, and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know. As he spoke, Ace began backing towards the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him. Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit. He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more. Goodbye. Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily. Hey! June! What happened? Are you alright? Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way. Jesus, you're burning up! Your fever's back! Are you okay? June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps. Yeah, this is... See, I also have thought... Oh my god. Is June a distraction? No, but wait, okay. But the whole fever thing with June was when we left Ace to deal with the numbers. So that couldn't have been when Ace got the gun. Because I have been wondering for a while why she keeps just randomly having a fever. Well, she had a fever in the steam room, and then she was feeling slightly better, and then tripped over a box or something. And then she also, let's see, I think I wrote down when she had a fever. She also had a fever in, I think it was door 5, right? I thought I had written it down somewhere, but... It's just really weird. Oh, and door 4, okay. Yeah, door 4 she has a fever.
I'm okay, really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk. Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy? Don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember I just needed to rest a little bit last time? So please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's gonna let her just walk away? God damn it! You guys go on ahead. As soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go. Oh no, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Hi, Shadow! Welcome to me! Playing this game and making my way towards another ending, but also still being so very concerned for what is happening right now. Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set. Alright, come on, Seven, we're going after Ace. Hell yeah. Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. Let's go. Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. I'm so nervous. Panting! Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room. No sign of Ace or Lotus.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palmful of sweat from his brow. Maybe. Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors. He looked at the red. The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed towards the smaller door. This red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room. Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it. Hi, Bob. Am I trying to get all the endings? I don't know. I am looking for the true ending. I'm trying to solve the mystery. So, we'll see how many endings that gets us. If I somehow manage to solve the mystery and there's like an ending that like isn't required to find the true ending, I may not go look for it. We'll see. Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but
the two of us can't do anything with it.
yeah. First of all, our digital route's not 9. Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, ba-da-dee-doo, people? There was a noise! Oh god, it's the coffin again, isn't it? I gotta save. Also, I do apologize, but we're probably getting ads here pretty soon because I ran out of delays on them. I didn't want them to interrupt us in the middle of Ace kidnapping Lotus, so I was like, pause! But now I'm out. There was a noise! A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel. Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound. It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it. The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we gotta try! Junpei and Seven leapt to the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled. Ugh! Ah! Damn it!
See, didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin. Right, so unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered. Was there some sort of clue somewhere? They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in his coffin is the same person, right? Zero said of both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number. Oh my god, Junpei, you are a ding-dong. How do you know that?
You'll never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Hooray! 7, throwing Junpei's dumb logic back at him. Just listen to the man. Who said that?
You.
Ugh, fine. He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and then pushed the E button. Also, I'm really curious. Does this add up to 9? 5, 8, 16... 19, 20... 26... No, it doesn't. I was just curious. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pushed the E button. It only took a moment. What? You gotta be kidding me! There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Oh! I was right! It was Snake! Yeah! Yeah! I was right! Snake was in the coffin! I was right! Snake was in the coffin! I was right! Snake was in the coffin! You? Why? Why is he wearing this crazy robe, though? I mean, I guess it makes sense he didn't have his clothes, but... Kept you waiting, huh? Dude, this is some cultish shit. We were just talking about, like, all this culty curse stuff. Huh. I don't know, but if Snake were Zero, why would he just be hanging out in a coffin? Yeah, we found Snake, but Clover is dead. So, okay. Obviously, I think that in order to get the best ending of the game, Clover needs to be alive. So I think that this is another piece of the like to be continued puzzle. And now with this knowledge, I think we'll be able to go and get the true ending. But we'll see. I'm pretty sure I did mention something about him being a little bit Alucard shaped. I think I did.
Oh, those voices.
Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them. Okay, so... if Snake's telling the truth, then he's not Zero. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hey, chat. Which doors did June get a fever in again? So, she gets one in 4. Or kind of, like, has recovered. Well, it's like, yeah, it has her, like, asking... So, okay, I'll put, like, a sort of. Kind of in 4. She does have one in 6. Does she get one in door 7 or 8? I have a suspicion. This is why I'm asking. We're not with her in 7 or 8, so we don't know. Chad, I have a suspicion. I think June gets a fever when we go in the wrong door. I think that she gets a fever when we go in the wrong door. Because door 6 is not right, door 4 is not right. So, yeah. Literally the next thing I'm gonna end up trying is door 5, door 8, door 1. Because if we go in door 1, then that means that Ace shouldn't be able to get the gun. I mean, okay, well that's why I said, like, door 4, it's like, kind of like, door 4, it's like, kind of like she had the fever before, but you do ask her how she's feeling in door 4. I don't think you ask her in door 5, because I think things are a little too crazy with the dead body. Hi, Saltiest, how are you doing? I don't know, man. I just feel like... It feels like every time we go into a door with June, it's just bad. Me over here still trying to find a way to piece together June secretly being 0. Anyway, there's one thing neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say, and that's that Ace killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. They'd decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin. Snake's story explained frustratingly little. Zero's true identity was a mystery, as were his intentions. Why had Zero put Guy X in Snake's clothes? If Zero had left a note for them to say the nonary game had been played 9 years before, was there some connection? Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating. What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying. It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good. No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted. Their time limit was fast approaching. Snake's release from the coffin had changed nothing. They still needed to follow Ace as quickly as possible. However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood, at a loss for what they should do next. What do we do now? He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist. The 3 of us can't make a digital root of 9. Yeah, we just get 5. We're stuck here then. Oh. Hey, I just remembered something. Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. I swear, if you pull out the 4 bracelet, I'm gonna lose it. Huh? What is it? I found something earlier. What did you find? This. He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. Oh, it's, okay, the 0 bracelet. A bracelet! There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye. Zero! 0 bracelet. What the hell? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet? Yeah. Where did you get that? Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 look away. Clover gave it to me.
She did? Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it, see, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
It was a lie, and Junpei knew it.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know. Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
Okay. So the thing he borrowed was the zero bracelet that she took, that I suspected that she took when we went behind door 1. But yeah, it looks like this is important.
Alright, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
What? What? Uh-huh. Once again, chat, math time! 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9.
Come on, man, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I thought you were serious.
I 100% thought you were serious. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the zero bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a handle, right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of 2 doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open. Uh-oh. Error! I am error! Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so, it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0. Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains. Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Oh god. I don't know that any of these are helpful. Because my only other thought was that, like, it's actually 10 or something. But 10 plus 7, 17, plus 5, that's 22, which would just make a root of 4. So that wouldn't open it. 5 plus 2 is 7, plus the bracelet, 10. I mean, unless it's 11 for some reason, but I don't know. Snake plus Junpei plus the mysterious bracelet. 2 plus 5 equals 7. If that combo worked, then the mysterious bracelet's number was 2. Or 11. It no open. I don't know. Screw it. We'll try everyone. The mysterious bracelet could be 4. Because that would have been the same as Clover's. It's not. Okay. Junpei plus 7 plus the mysterious bracelet. 3. If that combo worked, then the mysterious bracelet's number was 6. They scanned in their bracelets. Yeah. It opened! Great, I'm so excited. Chat, I swear, if I swear! I swear! If I called that June was 0 at the beginning of the game, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. I was half joking when I said that, but I was also very half serious. Say nothing, thank you. Yes, so it would seem. 7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought. That meant the number for the mysterious bracelet was 6. And I literally sat here thinking, dude, Santa's gonna be dead. He's gonna be freaking dead. He gonna be dead. Come on, Mr. Finger Puppet Moose. It's math time. 5 plus 7 plus 6 equals 18. And then 1 plus 8 equals 9! Yay! But how could it be 6? The display on the bracelet clearly showed a 0. Did it? Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry. Oh, man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh? At any rate, we now know that the door can be opened. Let's go! But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah, you know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort, but if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last resort?
I am so scared, dude. Wait. Junpei 7 and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. But do you not actually have a bomb? As they ran, 7 spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm a silly goose. Of course. He just took his arm off. He just took his arm off. I just take my bracelet off. It's just, oh, well, you know, that's not a problem for me. Because he has a fake left arm. I love that that came into play multiple times. Snake's plan had been simple, but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin. With it gone, he'd had little to fear from the numbered doors. He'd walk through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside 7 and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase. As far as they could tell, it went all the way to the bottom deck. There didn't seem to be any flooding. They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. So I guess we're just leaving Santa and... I guess we're just leaving Santa and June behind. That seems bad. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door. Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. Caution! Incinerator! Incinerator? Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps? Yeah, right over here.
How'd you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so. Are you making jokes right now? I love you. Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever. If you pull it, the door ought to open. Got it. He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Well, that's less good. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small, dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. Perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door. But why? Why was there another one? The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought. Warning, warning, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Oh, cool! Are we about to, like, literally burn in the incinerator?
Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes.
Of course! Of course 9 minutes! Oh my gosh.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my! How exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero. A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face. What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain. It said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame. Huh? Who are you? You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake. Snake? Ah, yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive. Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth. If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Hey, chat. Guess what? He's gonna have to answer that question next time.